I believe so. Sarah?
Okay, at this point, we're going to call our meeting to order. This is the meeting for the Arkansas State Commission. First order of business. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas State Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028, 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the Commission's website. So, I am Commissioner Bill Gates from Fayetteville. Commissioners in the room with me today. To my right, on Moore Westville, Vice Chair. To my left, Bob Walker of Jacksonville, both of which are industry members. Linda Prunty is joining us via Zoom.
She is.
She is a consumer member from Jonesboro. Support staff with us in the room today, Andrew Alford, Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission, Heather Garrett, ARSC Supervisor. I don't see you.
He is here. I mean, he is online.
Okay, Miguel Ward, Senior Investigator joining us through Zoom. Blake Miller, Investigator. Kamisha Marks, Investigator. Did I say that right? Okay. All right. Courtney Hinton, Education Instructor Specialist. Sarah Harshman, Executive Assistant. Julie to my left, Assistant Attorney General. Chris Fletcher, Liaison for the Governor's Office. We will begin our business meeting. Consideration for approval of August minutes. Everyone have an opportunity to review them. Any questions, additions, corrections?
There is one correction on page 3 of 3. The last paragraph. Unless I got a promotion. Oh, says Chairman Walker.
Okay. You don't want to be chairman?
Not yet.
Okay.
With that said, I'll make a motion with that change.
Very good. So, Doug, any other corrections, additions? Entertain a motion to approve. Review of August financials.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Yates. For the month of August, you'll see on our revenue reconciliation that our total revenue deposited was $145,196.18. The lion's share of that, of course, is renewal fees because we are in renewal season, and we'll see that trend continue for the next few months. On the next page, the general fund financial statement for August. Our current fund balance at the end of the month, $1,474,931. That is with a $59,480 increase to the fund year to date. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our revenue or expenditures or the fund balance on the general fund.
Last month we discussed the proper,
The paying fund transfer.
thank you. Where is that?
So that would be on line 28.
28,
Yes, there was not one posted in August.
correct.
I think they are adjusting those amounts. I expect, if there isn't one already out there for September, I expect to see one soon.
Okay, so that's the 5,000, so that's the one we had from last month. And then-
Yes.
And it was blank this, and that's how come I was curious, is that not a monthly recurring charge?
As I understand it, it will be, but I believe after the July amounts were posted, they went back and did some adjustments and some refiguring, because our annual estimate is actually lower than what this $5,000 would amount to. So I think we'll see a smaller amount moving forward, and so I think that's why they weren't posted in
Okay,
August.
so you will pull that out, hopefully next month, and
Yes.
give us the rest as to how that developed, right?
Yes, sir, that will be a running line on the balance sheet from now on.
Okay, thank you. So you'll pick that up, right?
Yes.
Next month.
Yes, sir.
And some progress in the love lives.
For the most part, we'll see some minor fluctuations because it will be based off of our salary amount here within the agency, but we won't see any large fluctuations.
That's an unusual formula. It would be based off of our salary amount rather than based off of the spread out over.
Right.
Just an observation.
Moving on to the recovery fund. On the recovery fund balance sheet, you'll see the beginning fund balance of $1,120,382. Our net damages we paid to the fund year to date are $1,291. And then we've seen an increase to the fund of $9,449 for a current fund balance at the end of month, $1,128,541. And as I always remind you, that includes our accounts receivable for the year.
Any questions? Financials are approved, no need to vote on it since the three of us. So, next on our agenda, consent orders. Do we have any?
We do not.
Legislation and regulation update.
I only have one update under this agenda item, and that is that we are scheduled to present the new rules 4.5 and 4.6 to the ALC Administrative Rules Committee on September the 16th. So I will, the 16th. So I will go over to present the rules that day. And we hope for a favorable review and approval.
This will be your first one, right?
It will be my first one without Gary, yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
We're gonna expect any surprises.
I always expect surprises. But realistically speaking, I don't expect any issues. BLR actually sent several questions after our public hearing, requesting some clarification on the rules. So, I've given them what they asked for, so I think we'll be in good shape.
yeah, and I think that's what you'll likely get, not so much objection to the, but legislative there, we don't understand that was seen before with my explanation.
Right. And thankfully, we're on the tail end of the agencies getting the rules associated with these acts approved.
Yeah.
So, I think BLR has been able to identify some of the common threads in the questions that legislators have been asking, where they want clarification on agencies' rules. So I think we'll be in good shape.
Very good. Meetings and no travel.
Yes, we just wanted to have these on everyone's radar, the ARA virtual convention. That's next week.
Yeah, I was up to that.
And I'm actually going to ARA on Thursday, I believe, of this week, to film a panel with Tim Bruce and Mike Ford and some other folks, so. Because when they had the session that Vicki asked me to serve on the panel for, I'll actually be in the admin rules at the ALC, so. We'll be doing that this week.
That'd be an interesting task.
So the panel for what?
So Mike Ford is the moderator, and it's Tim Grooms and me, and I can't remember who else. Do you happen to remember, Chairman or Commissioner?
Only ones that have been advertised, that I'm aware of is you and Tim.
Okay.
Yeah, what?
The only ones that I know that were advertised is Andrew and Tim.
Right. Let the subject, I guess that's.
So Mike has asked us to submit questions. Is there anything that you all would like to see us address on that panel?
Multiple offer,
Yeah.
Okay. We can certainly do that.
We're seeing an influx of home sellers.
are you really?
Really?
We're seeing home sellers.
Escalation of what?
Oh, yes.
I'm quite sure Tim will have some things to say.
Rear, so we did.
Right, okay,
And timely delivery of all.
okay.
What is it? When I get around.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, if I think of others, I'll send it.
All good one.
And so, you and Tim are gonna field the answer.
yes,
Mike Ford's gonna ask the question.
yes.
And is it gonna be, aired or broadcast or something?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, it will.
Unfortunately, people need to hear it, won't be too the others can carry back to the handheld.
Yeah. And they want to see.
Okay, too late to register for Rilla? Would you do that for me? And I'll make the ones I can. I think I had, 3 overlap. Then one on the same time.
I thought we registered for some of the meetings, but I'm not sure we actually took.
Okay,
I got one that they said you're registered, now I can't find that email, it was kind of disappeared. And I tried registering for a couple more, I never got any kind of notice about it. I'll try again. I'm sure it was what we call operator error.
I'll check into that. I know sometimes depending on the way that they set registration up, they'll send the confirmation straight to your calendar and it won't
Right.
stay in your inbox. So I've spent minutes.
You've been surprised by that.
Right.
Yeah, I had put on my phone.
Okay, all right, I'll check into it and let you know what I find.
Staff team.
Heather, would you like to give us an update?
We have posted the opening for the investigative admin position, and we have received applications. So I am in the process of reviewing those applications, and then we'll start scheduling first interviews in the next 2 weeks. So, yes, we're looking
Okay,
forward.
to ask if any are in-house.
It is okay to ask that.
Is it okay for me to answer that?
I think it was more.
I believe we do have an in-house applicant, yes.
Okay. That's big enough for me. Department reports. Licensing report.
Okay. You will see on the licensing report that as of September 1st, 2020, we had 11,918 active licensees, 2,447 inactive licensees, for a total of 14,365 licensees, which is an increase of 462 from the same time last year.
And they keep going.
And they keep coming. I know that we did process almost 300 applications in the month of August. And you'll remember that we processed almost 400 in the month of July. So we are still processing, we are receiving a large increase in the number of applications coming in and being processed. Even in a pandemic. And now that people can take the pre-license class, whether in person, online, or hybrid through AMI, we see a lot of people taking class and calling us to get information about signing up for classes. So.
Okay, we just finished one that was 15 in person and 16 virtual in the same class.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
In fact, we had some people, some applicants that had signed up for the in-person, and when they found out they could do it virtual, they switched.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, Heather, do you know what the wait time is between getting after going to to get a seat out there to test?
I have heard varying timeframes. Some people have said 2 to 3 weeks. Some people have said at least a month. It really depends on which testing center they're trying to get into. The applicants who have had good success have kind of broadened their search and have been willing to travel a little farther from home. We've had folks from Little Rock who've gone up to Mountain Home, for instance, in order to test. Yeah.
Are all testing centers wide open at this point, or they're still limited? You know?
I believe that they are still limited in terms of capacity because they have to be able to social distance.
So you see that as a trend in month, roughly. The month is what I continue to hear. And I'd say that's probably
And a lot of that can be trimmed away if they simply do their fingerprint and application of contract sign up and get it all down.
No, not necessarily, because when we get the application, if it doesn't have the pre-license certificate, they can't get the certificate to register for the exam. So.
But you can start the background.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. But
that tends to be the hurdle a lot of times, is that they complete the class and then a week later they go get their fingerprints and then they send it in. And so they're creating a lot of this delay by not doing those fingerprints on the front end.
Right. And if they will get their application packet ready and have it all ready to go once they start class, then that's great. I don't know, it doesn't speed up their ability to get a certificate from us to send that in before they take the class, but certainly getting the fingerprinting done, getting everything squared away is.
Background check's not school.
Right.
It's running. In fact, at our school, we've started bringing someone into the class that does fingerprints right there.
Yes.
That's great.
So if they want to speed it up, there are ways that they can do that.
Yes.
And unfortunately, there are too many schools that don't advise them on that on the front end, and they go through the school and then they get their certificate, and then they drag on a week or so before they send it in.
And we updated our website last week, and we've got some additional updates for our website for additional places where they can go to be fingerprinted. The Arkansas State Police notified us of other places where they could go, so we've uploaded that to our website so that we're getting information out to them because they can't go to state police, and a lot of police departments are not fingerprinting at this time. So they have options, but they do have to plan ahead a little bit more than they needed to before.
There were a couple of areas we continually got back.
Gotcha.
Best one in our area is a gun range. It does, concealed carry.
Yes.
They never. Okay.
Are there any questions about the licensing report?
No, good job keeping that turnaround. That's well done.
Thank you.
Uh,
And I will pass that on to Linda. She has been working really hard at those applications.
Y'all done a total job with this kind of load and reduce that and everything else and keep them out. So
Yeah.
thank you and well done.
Thank you.
Okay.
Looking,
Go ahead.
are we ready to look at the investigation report?
Investigation.
Okay, so you'll see that we have 18 cases currently waiting for answers. We have 85 that are in process, and you will notice that the 85 is down 2 from last month's number, but the waiting on answer is also down, I want to say 7 or 8 from last month. We do have 13 cases that we have dismissals recommended. Most of those are currently in my office because the investigators knocked out a lot of case reports, and they're waiting for my review before they go to Andrea. We've made some adjustments to our report template, and the investigators are doing great with that. And we will be knocking out more cases in the next 2 weeks, getting them reviewed and edited and finalized. So we have a total of 63 cases for the year. So we have an average of 7.9 cases per month so far this year.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
What would you say is the average time? And I know it's gonna depend on the case, but from the time that we get a complaint until there's a resolution, one way or the other, dismissal, hearing. Probably not that question.
I am not sure. I have not looked at that number recently, but I'll be happy to look at that for you and get an average for you. Sure.
I'm really curious on that.
Yeah. We are still working on some 2019 cases because we are maybe waiting for documentation, or we are waiting for other things to occur, like court cases and things of that nature. But we also have closed out 2020 cases. We were able to get those done quickly. So, but I'll be happy to get an average for you.
We don't have anything prior to that.
I don't believe so, other than,
If we do, it would be, we would likely be holding it at the request of a third party.
are there any other questions on the investigation report?
No. Okay. Education report.
Courtney? We are ready
Yes.
for you.
Okay. All right. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay. I don't know if y'all can see me, Heather.
They cannot.
You cannot? Okay. So sorry. Okay. Well, For the sake of time, I'm not going to fight with this camera, but if everyone can hear me, I'll just go ahead and present. So good morning, everyone. The educator retreat registration has begun and it is now open. At the time of the report, there was 43 instructors who had registered, and that hasn't gone up much in about a week or so. So we're at 48 right now. Udale says he can see me, but anywho, so registration is still going on, and of course they will receive a few more reminders because this is a mandatory retreat, even though we are going virtual, and the retreat will be held on Monday, October 26th. It's only going to be for about 4 hours. And so there's a bit of time for them to register. There's not a deadline, but I am watching it closely to make sure that all instructors who are actively licensed for this license year will register. So again, the numbers are pretty low, but they do have some time and they will receive some reminders before time of the retreat. Also, the website, so Heather mentioned some updates in terms of the fingerprinting cards. I'm also in the middle of updating the website to better reflect which instructors are offering AMI, so live streaming. I would also like to show the instructors who are offering like a hybrid, or if they're doing in class or just AMI. That's one of the most frequent questions that we get is who's offering what and when. So can't really answer the when question because that is subject to change, of course. But if there's a way for me to help guide people to take courses from instructors in the manner that they're most comfortable in taking it. So if they would prefer to be in the classroom, or if they would prefer to take the course via live stream, I'd like to provide that information as best I can. So I am in the process of collecting that information and making it available on the website, which of course will be updated throughout the year and as necessary. Any questions about any of that?
I don't hear any.
All right. Well, that's it for education.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
Okay, other business?
I have no other business at this time.
This train's running on time.
Sir.
Well, then, hearing none, we will recess for about 10 minutes. Is our respondent here?
No.
The parties for the 9:30 hearing are here.
Some of them are here, yes.
They are.
Yes.
Okay. So it is 9:26. Let's be back at 9:35. Yes, please. Hey, you can bring it in a cup.
Hold on just a second.
Tell me how you drive.
What?
How's your drive?
Good, huh? Good. Just let them finish what she said.
Are we ready? Okay. Call this, hearing to order, time being 9:42. Preliminary, before we get started, just some housekeeping information. All participants and attendees to this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussion, comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028, 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such, may be placed on the commission website. So, in the matter of Christopher Lopez, Matt Minich, Michael Ferris, and William Bill Blue, is everyone present that needs to be here for this hearing?
The
Or
respondent,
the required number of people left present that need to be?
the respondents are not here.
They're not. Okay.
The respondents have been properly notified that they are present.
All right. Moving on, I will introduce some of the folks in this room today that will may or may not be involved in this hearing. I am Commissioner Doyle Yates from Fayetteville. I'm an industry member, chairman of the commission. Commissioners present here today. To my right, Tony Moore, Russellville, vice chair of the commission and industry member. Linda Prunty from Jonesboro, who's a consumer member and joining us via Zoom. Bob Walker of Jacksonville. Bob is an industry member. Staff who are present with us today, and Dr. Drew Andrew Walter, the executive director of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. Back towards the front, to my left, Garrett, the REC supervisor. Bill Ward, senior investigator, also joining us via Zoom. Blake Miller, investigator, doing all the tech work today. Commissioner Marks, investigator. Courtney Hinton, education instruction specialist. Sarah Harshman, executive assistant. To my left, Julie Chavis, assistant attorney general, state of Arkansas. Michelle Satterfield, court reporter with us today. Donna Lipsmeyer, hearing officer. Chris Fletcher, liaison to the governor's office, and I believe he is present, might be joining via Zoom, with a lot of other folks. And so at this point, I will turn this hearing over to today's hearing officer, Donna Lipsmeyer.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Since you covered a lot of my preliminary information, I'm going to go ahead and skip down to just introducing everybody to some of the basic premises of what we'll be doing here today. The commission will base its decision today solely upon the evidence presented during this hearing. The commissioners will listen to the sworn testimony and review the exhibits, including the order and notice of hearing, which will be admitted into evidence. Today is pursuant to the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. Therefore, the strict rules of evidence will not apply. As a hearing officer, I have some latitude and may allow the introduction of testimony other than other evidence that might not be allowed in the court of law. For example, I may allow hearsay evidence or statements or photocopies as opposed to original documents. However, to encourage the efficiency of the hearing, I may also grant some objections or caution the parties as the hearing proceeds. If at any time during the course of the proceedings you have any questions or objections to the proceedings, please bring them to my attention and I will address that issue. All participants in the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are required to be audio recorded as the Commissioner stated, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019. All parts of the hearing, including the Commissioner's deliberations, are open to the public and subject to the State Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. Those of you who are going to be witnesses today, please stand at this time for the swearing. These are all the witnesses today.
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, for this time, would you please go ahead and state your name?
Heather Garrett.
Sherry Mays.
Gary Ice.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Douglas, do you have any preliminary matters or exhibits that you want to discuss this time?
I do. I have a notebook of exhibits. They're numbered A, B, and 1, 2, 3. And I'd like them to be admitted into the record and published to the commissioners.
Thank you. There are no objections. This is part of the box here. I have no objections to this either. So let the record reflect that these exhibits A, B, and 1 through 3 commissioner exhibits are now being admitted to evidence. And at this time, we will be taking a short recess to allow the commissioners an opportunity to review this information. Thank you.
And back on the record.
I'm ready for confirmation that we can, from the other commissioner on the exhibits, whether or not they received all the exhibits and have their copy. Thank you.
If I may, I don't want to speak for the other commissioners, but I'm having trouble understanding. So if it's okay, when we're testifying or, addressing, so the corporate board can hear, I don't know if you're having the same problem or not. You probably better trained here than mine. I think that'll work good, so thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, it's you who stepped up.
But we do have one commissioner that's trying to confirm whether or not they have had the opportunity to review all the exhibits.
Yeah.
I think that's it. It's kind of a big record to send to somebody.
Yeah. Do we know what we're waiting on?
Yes, we're waiting for the confirmation that the other commissioner has had an opportunity to review the exhibits.
Okay,
So,
that would be Linda.
Moment, please.
Okay,
We need just a moment.
let's take about that. I can't say everything.
Oh,
I've got to the door of the business and have to do it.
that's all the time. And I had 10 of them, still. Don't remember.
I'm pretty soft spoken, so I'm gonna have to learn to speak up a little.
Yeah, we're all out, so, you know, we're just really fast. You take 5 minutes, Bob?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Sure. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
That's all you need.
that's all you need. I already had it. In fact, I have it.
Oh, really?
They don't want to apply. I had it back in December. You ever heard of Arkansas Books? Company. Kind of used me and actually flown to New York. That was the guy from New York.
Wow.
On Christmas. And like 3 days later, I got it. So it was really January. But I just like, I didn't like come to, I don't know, all kinds of things. And so I thought, I couldn't get rid of this call. Couldn't sit there. Call all the time, try calling. I just don't see.
We used to have here, so you know we're ready to come back in.
Yeah.
Wish I could have kept it on.
They can really sit in the chair, right?
Come
For me.
Did you have Botox antibodies? You had a lot. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the good ones.
Really? So any other reverberations from the general discussion the other day about the foreclosure? The judges, were there anything else on that?
No, he's gonna introduce a bill, it won't fix anything going backwards, but it will fix it going forward. Yeah.
It seems that they messed that up and one judge ruled one way and they were getting on appeal. Right, back up. The financial board. We have struggled with some states to not allow non-traditional. So that's the reason. But there are penalties that won't end in those states. Because you don't allow non-traditional. There are some states that require us 2 or 3 years to go through the tradition. So it's an inevitable impossibility to stay with a judicial requirement. You have to fix the law, right? That's right, I'm saying that's the part that gets squeezed. Too late for time away, we're not going to get into that.
No. No, not at all.
Can you imagine, sure. Can you imagine
run into it once.
Oh, yeah,
Where, we had a foreclosure under contract that closed. And, a week before the closing, the fire company will fire.
Oh, sorry.
Perhaps we can't, problem. We can't run. Asset management, there's a company that we go back and close the property. And that's how they're gonna start.
I'm getting checks from other people, who say this is they can hear.
What we receive. These are all days. These are all days. This is all the certified. It happens. I'll get it. They're saying they don't want to be honest.
Like, you can even mess with that. I have a
All right.
Are they able to get chat?
Is there anything else?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. So the only one that they can hear it clearly is you. Like, I don't know if there's anything.
I had not heard that. I had heard that the hearing officer was muffled. But that's all I have heard. Okay.
with you on that.
In order to help. Okay. Yeah, I have not received any texts or chats. So thank you for letting me know that.
Okay.
Ready to go back on that? This hearing will now come back to order. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Chavis to go ahead and start her presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, this is the box of mail that has been sent to the respondents in this case by certified and regular mail. Everything has been returned. We do not have good service. We continue to service by regular certified mail at addresses in Houston area, Katy, Texas, particularly Orlando, and 2 different addresses in Missouri, Kimberly City and Branson. Every single piece of mail we have sent has been returned. And as we know, this is a shady business. So what we're going to do is we're going to, I can't go forward today without at least one piece of that mail not having been returned to us. I don't believe we have good service. We have to give them due process. We are going to reset this hearing. We're going to publish notice of the hearing, a warning order in Houston area, in Branson, Missouri area, and in Orlando area. And once we have proof of publication from those 3 newspapers in those areas, we will be able to go forward legally. Thank you, and my apologies.
On this hearing, and we are adjourned at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, question. The responses that we do have in here, did those come through email?
I think no, the one that came from Florida mailed by someone who works in the office. But that's a response to the complaint, not actual notice of this hearing. I think we got one email response from Mr. Lopez, and we got one from someone who works in his office named Ms. Luna. But those were in response to the original complaints, not in response to actually like acknowledging the notice of hearing.
But they were viable addresses.
At that time, they were. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think the best way to go forward is just to publish notice in the newspapers, and we will get proof of publication, usually with some sort of seal attached that would be considered good service, and we'll have that in the record going forward.
Well, our apologies to the complaint. We want to try to do this the right way so that when we're done with it, we're done.
Okay, this hearing is closed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all reschedule my cancer problem.
Thank you, Ms.
We'll
May.
do
Give me a
we'll
touch.
have to see which lake you're in.
I'm going to Lake Forest Bend, by the way.
Are you finding campground a little crowded? Much more crowded?
Yeah, I mean, they're hard to get into.
Yeah.
Like in Portsmouth and Old Show, we thought I could do find 3 days. And I would like to go to 3 nights.
Right.
But
They're only good. Yeah, move, right.
I found 3
Yeah,
days.
move around.
I wouldn't go up there too.
Right.
You know, on 3 nights a month, I used to go. And
Just go back.
we've been done with.
We don't even have to have some-
This is a.
Well, and I just think. Yeah.
So there's guys a lot. And so I don't take a lot. I don't know.
I think that's,
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
they're really. So they're ancient.
yeah, I'm somewhat. Probably look at 27.
They're also, we also.
See, I sold the house. And I have all my records.
Well,
I didn't.
You do
all right.
Okay, we're gonna get out, see you.
I'm going back with Trevor.
Enjoy yourselves.
So I'll see you all later. That's one, Jerry. I'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you, Jerry. It's been an education.
Always is.
Yep.
Well, it's both. Same.
And that's what we're trying to do. And we talked about.
I mean.
The ring leader. It was more meetings. It happens.
Well, I heard, well, that's our 10:30 here.
Yes, they are.
Okay. We've been stopped, we'll come back in.
Yes.
So I thought you were very good. Research. Never had a-
Yeah. They are.
always had open space stuff, you know, so.
We'll get them
Yeah, exactly.
in. We have success.
Oh, yeah. It's, I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of- to the deal on the site. And so I'm just trying also. Oh, yeah. Next girl,
I'm gonna go and check your email last.
I mean, I will get you that done. And then he. Pretty much, I don't work. About three.
Well, I was gonna say, I got an open space. Let's check that home.
Yeah. I was on open station, John Deere yesterday. He told me about it. I had. He's real bad.
Because they're still.
And then she's but everything else I have except that English is open safe. Before I already heard, yeah. The room. I bought the cat tractor. Oh, yeah, and then broke yesterday. No, Sunday. So, I did, I mean, after I did have my experience. This allergy stuff, you know, but I'll tell you, that's sweet. And maintenance is.
GPS on it?
Huh?
GPS.
No, that one, if it does, I'm gonna run it, so.
That is making me thought, you can set that GPS there.
Yeah, just takes it off. And it can even tell you, so these farmers today. They can analyze the crop, so they take the comment. And they know exactly the production per acre. When they can take the same fact and fertilizer. Fertilizer is the same kind of area and stuff. It's similar, it's like what needs to know this. That's how much they was. You know, 4 million, 150, 160 bushels.
Yeah. That's what's, what I enjoy about it.
I was riding around the man yesterday. I was laying down. That's when he said, okay, my neighbor, I come down. We were driving there with these cars.
I'm gonna leave them as applicants.
Right, forward, so.
One and it's
Right
number.
here.
Is that
That's fine. Oh,
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Just wanna make copies. Yeah. No, this is. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm gonna hang on. Yes.
Okay. Are we ready?
We actually have some applicants in it, so we're gonna get those started.
Just let us know. You serve your pleasure.
We're gonna do this, right?
Very funny.
So you get paid the same $60, right?
Do it.
We get paid the same $60.
Yes, Hi, I'm Julie Chase. We'll get Linda to show you how to staple it on the copier.
That's on commission meeting, guys, and I can see that.
That's the hardest thing I have, is I smile a lot, and nobody
And
knows.
that's actually.
I found most of that reading in my
Yeah.
Just like a few minutes. Get part of it. And so that's.
I find myself telling you that I'm not
We just kind of look at each other.
And.
My cousin, we live in the same town, and see it?
It's hard to tell this way up, you know, I mean,
This.
you know,
If you push the red, you stretch.
I would wait for
Usually
the-
don't make colors of the rest of you, so
Awesome. Wow.
Oh, I have it. I thought that might be great. Yeah. That might make it fun. We're
All righty. I am.
if you would like to move over to here, so you're
Okay,
closer to your mommy, Kim.
I will. What time is
I don't know how to flip it back.
Good.
it? Okay.
You need to, where was that? Because it's not it. Because I clicked, oh, scroll down to where you are.
This is me.
That's you.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Cleaned it as well. So we're.
We have exhibits coming. Do we want to go ahead and get started while we're waiting for the applicant's exhibits to be copied, or do we want to just wait until they're copied?
From the in-house.
Yes, they're on copy right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why don't we go ahead? I
Absolutely.
did introductions and all that.
Absolutely.
Expedite this a little bit. It's real. All just a little piece of housekeeping. Having to do with that recorder. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Rural State Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028, 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such, may be placed on the Commission's website. So, moving forward, a few introductions, so that you know some of the people in the room, parts that they may be playing in your application today. First of all, I Commission Chair Joel Gates. I'm from Fayetteville, industry member. I'll introduce other commissioners in the room today. To my right, Tony Moore of Russellville, and Vice Chair of the Commission, also an industry member. To my left, Bob Walker of Jacksonville, also an industry member. Joining us online through Zoom is Linda Prunty. She is from Jonesboro. She is a consumer member of the Commission. Support staff, some with us today, and some may be involved in the room later on. Back in the room to my right, Andrea Alford, the Executive Director of the Rural State Commission. To my left, Heather Garrett, ARAC Supervisor. Udell Ward, Senior Investigator, joining us by Zoom today. Blake Miller, Investigator, operating all the tech hardware. Commissioner Marks, Investigator. Is Commissioner in the room?
She is via
I
Zoom.
have my glasses on, so I can read without the glasses. Courtney Hinton, Education Instruction Specialist. Sarah Harshman, Executive Assistant. To my left, Julie Chavis, Assistant Attorney General, State of Arkansas. Michelle Satterfield, our court reporter today. Donna Litzmeyer, our hearing officer. And maybe joining us by Zoom, Chris Fletcher, liaison to the governor's office. So, all of those introductions. At this point, I will turn the hearing over to our hearing officer.
Thank you. Today we're hearing an advocate hearing on, under Arkansas Code Annotated 1742, 315, small g, requesting a waiver. This is a matter of Erica Nicole Rhodes, applicant. The Arkansas Real Estate Commission has set her date, September 8, 2020. A hearing concerning the matter specified in the order of notice of hearing. For the record, Ms. Rhodes, would you please identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Erica Nicole Rhodes.
Are you represented by counsel today, even though you don't have to have?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, have you received the order in the notice of hearing for today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to proceed today, or do you have any questions?
I'm ready.
That's okay. There's some water on the table, and you do it.
Thank you.
For your benefit, as well as any of the other individuals who may have never appeared before commission or you're on listening to that, the commission has based its decision solely upon the evidence presented today. This includes any order and notice of hearing, any sworn testimony today, and any other evidence admitted or introduced today. If there's anything that you have submitted to the staff, that the staff has in its possession, or that you have in your possession that you want the commission to consider, it would have to be admitted in evidence here today. Otherwise, it will not be considered.
Yes, ma'am.
This hearing is held pursuant to Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. Therefore, the strict rules of evidence, like in a court of law, do not apply. As a hearing officer, I have some latitude and may allow the introduction of testimony and other evidence which might not be admitted in a court of law. For example, I may allow hearsay statements or photocopies of original documents instead of having the originals. However, to encourage the efficiency of the hearing, I may also grant some objections or caution the parties as the hearing proceeds. Yes, ma'am. If at any time during the course of this proceeding you have any objection or any questions about the proceeding, please feel free to bring them to my attention. Yes, ma'am. And then I will go ahead and address those issues at that time.
Okay,
Okay. All participants in the hearing should be made aware that these proceedings are required to be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019 and are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. All parts of the hearing, including the commissioners' deliberations accordingly, are open to the public.
yes, ma'am.
Those of you who are going to be a witness today in this matter, could you please go ahead and stand and be sworn in?
Chief.
At this time, there are 4 individuals who are stood. There's nobody on Zoom or anything, is there?
No.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Can you go ahead and identify yourselves before you are seated?
I'm a baby boy, I'm Brian Rhodes.
Okay, you have been sworn in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Albertine Rhodes, and you have been sworn in too? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Sasha Nawala.
Have you ever understand? Thank you. You may be seated. You have been sworn in too, right?
And I'm Erica Rhodes, I'm the applicant.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Erica, you can move your microphone closer to you if you come around. Are there any preliminary matters or exhibits that you want to offer at this time? I think you may have that in the staff.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here with the
And I have no objection to their being admitted into the record and published to the commissioners. I also have some exhibits.
Do you want to introduce those at this time too, or?
Yes, please.
You provided those already to Ms. Rhodes?
Yes, Ms. Rhodes has a copy of my exhibits. Do you have any objection to them being entered into the record?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. They are numbered A and B, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I believe Heather is going to publish my exhibits and Ms. Rhodes' exhibits to the commissioners at the same time.
You'll go ahead and place in the record, these are accepted. Okay, the commission has exhibit agency A and B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, that's correct.
Also, Ms. Rhodes, we have your exhibits, which are applicant exhibit 1. Included in exhibit 1 is 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a short recess and allow the commissioners an opportunity to review this information. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For going off the record like that.
can tear that out. You will please remove A4.
back on the record. I want to go ahead and ask Ms. Davis.
Yes,
If there's some information that you want to provide that exhibits.
yes, I do. There was an exhibit labeled A-4 that was pulled from the exhibit packet that I admitted into the record because it was a document that did not belong in this case.
Ms. Rhodes, do you have any objection to that?
No, I don't.
That exhibit A4 will be removed from the record. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and offer the opportunity for anybody to make an opening statement. Ms. Davis, would you like to make one?
I'll waive my opening statement. I'd just like to make a closing statement at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Ms. Rhodes, would you like to make one?
Yes, first I just want to say, good morning to everyone. Thank you guys for giving me this time, this opportunity. I also wanted to state that, the things that are written on these pieces of paper of my background is nothing like what I am. Those were many, many years ago. I was young, had my last child at 19. My mindset and my development mentally was in a dark place, terrible place at that time. I just ran across the wrong people. The incident that happened in Faulkner County, I didn't even commit nothing. I was just with the wrong people at the wrong time against some of the charges that they did. I just ask that you guys just don't read and just judge me by that. Just listen to the people that are here with me, that have been around me. Listen to anything that I have to tell you, and just know that I'm just ready to move forward with my life and make a change for my children. I've been a single parent since I've had my last child, and I'm 36 years old now. And I'm just tired of the dead-end jobs. I'm tired of not being able to just have a second chance. And now that I'm close to having a second chance, I really just want to be able to move forward and just secure my life with my kids before I leave this earth. That's all I'm trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. As an applicant, you carry the burden of proof. So you're going to leave first with your information. And you're going to tell the commission, which you kind of have done already, why you believe they should issue you a license. And you can reference those exhibits that you provided, and also have your witnesses come forward at this time too. So at this time, I'm going to allow you to go ahead and present your case. Please.
Okay. I would like to start with my first witness, and that is going to be Brian Rhodes.
Mr. Rhodes.
Before we go that, let's go through your criminal history, and I can help this along. I can ask some questions.
Okay.
You want to ask them at this time?
Yeah. But, Ms. Rhodes, please state your name and your address.
Erica Rhodes, 25 South Wakefield Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72209.
And Ms. Rhodes, you're here today because you have some hits on your background check and you're requesting a waiver of your license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's start, if you would look at Exhibit A, behind tab A, on there, the first page, it states that on or about August 13th, 2008, you were convicted in the Circuit Court of Faulkner County, Arkansas, of a Class B felony of residential burglary, theft of property, and a Class D felony of possession of firearms by certain persons. Is all that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were sentenced to be incarcerated for 2 years, and you were ordered to pay costs and fines of $9,942. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's back up just a little bit. And would you please tell the commissioners in your own words what led to you picking up those charges?
Like I said, I have my last son at 19. Dealing with dead end man or running across them. I finally ran across someone that presented himself to have me and my kids at their best interest. They didn't have like a normal 9 to 5 job. He told me that he did construction with his father. I met his family. I believe what he said because his father did have his own construction business in Pine Bluff. So me and him were talking, and he would provide certain things for me and my boys that I was just excited about because I never had that help. One day we were riding in the car and we were just gonna go to Conway to some of the little shopping stores. And on our way coming back, we are met on the freeway by a police officer and they turned their sirens on. So I didn't know what was going on, thought he was speeding or something. So as the police get behind us, he's not pulling over. I'm like, why are you not pulling over? And from then, we were on a high-speed chase. I had no knowledge about anything that was going on because I've always worked to still provide for my children. So he would drop me off at work and use my car. However, I'm thinking he's just doing little side jobs with his father. It wasn't until I got in custody of the police officer that I found out that he had committed crimes in my car. I had to submit dates that I was at work. They went with the crimes. I did that. When they looked in our car, he had a weapon in his car, in my car, that he tried to throw out. I was not aware of the weapon. These charges was a charge of possession by certain persons because they didn't know who the weapon was. When I went to go see the judge, I explained to him everything that was going on. And some of these charges got dismissed upon me finishing my incarceration. The judge was understandable, but his main thing to me was, you're his girlfriend and that was your car. How could you not know what was going on? I proved to them I had a lawyer who, at that time, I didn't know all my rights as far as for me to tell my lawyer everything. Basically, I feel like my lawyer was just there to get his paycheck. I was not aware of some of the things that I had a right to, and I just pleaded because I didn't know everything that was going on. I had all these charges against me. I had 3 boys. I wasn't aware. I was just thinking that I was gonna plead this and get everything behind me. I wasn't aware until after my plea that I would be being incarcerated, going to the penitentiary. Like I said, some of the charges were dismissed. However, the judge was like, I feel like you being his girlfriend and that was your car, so I'm just gonna give you some of his charges. That was just his word. I was devastated. I had also submitted letters to the judge and to my lawyer that he had his mother write me in jail because at that time we were no contact. I didn't have nothing to do with him. I was upset. I didn't want to speak to him, nothing. So when I was in Conway, he had his mother act like it was a letter from her, but inside the envelope was a letter from him stating that how he was sorry, how he didn't mean to hit me in the midst of this, how it was his fault. He wanted to take the blame for everything. So I gave that letter to my lawyer who supposedly lost the letters. I gave a copy to my father who submitted another copy to the lawyer. Somehow, some of my evidence did not get permitted in the court because my lawyer did not have everything. Like I said, I really feel like my lawyer was out to just get his money and be done with everything. I was not involved in any crime that could not give evidence of me being involved in any situation. They did fingerprints on the gun. There was no fingerprints of mine on the gun. I didn't get caught with any type of property or nothing like that. I just got caught being in the car with the wrong people at the wrong time, and the fact that he used my car to commit these crimes on certain days.
How old were you?
I was 20, I think I was about to be 23 at the time.
Okay, and where were you working? Where was he taking you, dropping you off every day?
I was working at, it's called Lenny Sub at the time. I was working at Lenny Sub. I was also doing janitorial for a business called Four Corners. I was doing that. I just had little side-end jobs. It was hard for me to try to keep straight full-time jobs with me having 3 kids. So I did not have like a permanent babysitter. I could not afford that at all. So I was just working like 2 to 3 little part-time jobs here and there.
Okay. And you were actually incarcerated. Did you go to the McPherson unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you actually there?
I was actually there for about 4 months. I was actually taken off of parole very early due to me. My parole officer, she was like, clearly you was with the wrong person at the wrong time. I was very submissive to her. I was paying all my fines. I did everything I needed to do. There was no reason, she said, for her to keep me on parole. So she let me go earlier than what I was supposed to be, so I can try to start another life, just clear this over.
So, you were in McPherson for 4 months and then you were on parole. Do you recall approximately how long you met with your parole officer before she released you?
I met with her face to face twice. After that, it went from like every few months, but we would stay contacted and I would still do what I was supposed to do. And at that time, by me just doing that and her just being around me and me just doing what I'm supposed to do, she said she felt no need to just keep a hold of me.
Okay, and as you had to pay costs and fines of $9,942. Were you able to get all that paid off?
Yes, and on top of that, even though we wasn't trial at the same time or by the same person, they put all the restitution together. So I was not required to pay all that by myself. However, that amount is still on my record as if I did pay it all by myself. But it was, restitution was combined by all parties.
And, but with all parties paying, it is down to zero.
That's the only way I'm able to have been off of parole. As well, you have to have completed all guidelines before they will release you.
And was one of the guidelines of your parole that you had to be employed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got out of prison, where did you go to work?
I ended up actually had to, it was not of a big hearing like this, but I ended up having to, I got employed working at the post office. So they decided to collect the evidence as well, look over everything, talk to me, make sure I was okay, and I got employed to work for the post office for a little bit. That was working as a rural driver. However, you're not provided with their vehicles, you have to use your vehicle. I was not kind of equipped to driving from the passenger side of my car, and I had to go to Saltahatchee, Arkansas, I think I pronounced it right, and I had to drive over creeks, and it was kind of crazy. So I worked there as well as I became assistant manager in Shalotsky's Deli off of JFK North Little Rock. So I always try to kind of stay a little busy to provide for my boys. I never really received child support, and when I did receive payments, it would be like of I have got, the lowest check I've received is like $6 and something. So I've always had to just try to provide for them.
Okay. And where are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed at Panera Bread on Canis. I've been working there for 3 years. I also decided to get my LLC. It's called Blue Sunlight, and that's just a woman's clothing that I decided to start selling mobilely. I also sell healthcare products with a company called Total Life Changes. And I've been doing my LLC for a year. I've been with Total Life Changes for 2 years. And I've been employed at Panera Bread for 3 years. And the first year where I was employed with Panera Bread, I was working for Jimmy Jones part-time.
In North Little Rock District Court, you picked up a theft, there's a theft of property charge from 2015, and you got a 12-month suspended sentence, and you're ordered to pay costs and fees of $360. What led to that charge?
Honestly, it came to a point to where my jobs were only paying for my bills and part of my gas money. I never had no extra money to do anything, and my middle son needed some shoes, and I grabbed him a pair of shoes because I don't have no reason for it other than I grabbed him a pair of shoes. He needed some shoes on his feet, and I grabbed him a pair of shoes. And
Where?
At JCPenney's. I did that, and at that point in time, I was just like, okay, Erica, something has got to give, because you can't, I don't want to keep living life just collectively doing this. That Faulkner County situation led me to where nobody wanted to hire me. Because if you read what says on a piece of paper, it looks like I just went out and committed this big old burglary charge, and I was just this evil person, and I wasn't. And so I had a hard time trying to find jobs. I had a hard time if I get a job. I had one manager saying okay, then I had the hiring manager saying no, they didn't want to chance it. It just came, I have some. And my son needed some shoes, and I'm just like, I don't have the money for it. I can't see the school looking like this. I can't reach your father. It just came to that point. I went in front of the judge. I told him my story, and him and the prosecuting attorney took a second, and he just told me to pay this cost. I have to pay this cost. If I don't ever get in trouble again in his courtroom, that he was gonna be done. So when he said that, I was just like, you cannot do nothing else. Like, no matter how hard it is, you can't do anything else. So at that point in time, I said, I'm just gonna pray, use what God gave me, and that was a mind, 2 hands, 2 legs. And from that day on, it went from me working an 8 to 4, a 5 to 9, 11 to 7. Some days I didn't get any sleep because I was okay with me not eating or not doing anything, but I made a promise to my kids that they would never have to be put in a situation to where they would be ever without me or be scared to lose me. So I just worked like crazy. I took out my frustration, all my pain, and I just started finding dead-end jobs because I feel like having those little jobs to add up to something was better than losing everything. So I just began to work like crazy. I didn't know what else to do. I went to school for business, and I'm like, that's not what I want to do. I tried, I guess, like taking certain little jobs that I really didn't want to do just to make us happy. I always wanted to kind of do criminal justice. I didn't do that because I wanted to be a judge, and I messed up being around certain people that led to my background. Then I wanted to sell houses. I wasn't aware these steps that I am now because I didn't have myself around like-minded people. I always had myself around people that kind of put me down for having 3 kids, people that always told me, sorry. People that always told me that I wouldn't be nothing because of the road that I took. So when you put yourself around those type of people, when you look at yourself in the mirror, it's not who you want to be. So I started looking at myself in the mirror as a failure. Someone that's always gonna have to take the high road to take care of their family. So once I decided to detox myself and move away from a lot of people, I ended up moving to a part of Northwood Rock to where no one knew where I stayed at. But I still kind of run into the same type of people at stores or this, that, and the third, and it still was mind-boggling. So I decided to move all the way to Southwest Little Rock and changed my number. I changed my kids' school, and I just started meditating more. I started praying more. I just started asking for clarity and mental clarity and guidance. And then I started running to different people. I started being able to model people's designs that they had. I started being invited to ask to be in plays. I just started putting myself around different people and listening to more motivation and started noticing that you're not what the speech effectors say. And you're not what some people say you are. And I just started believing in myself, which led me to try to do a whole 360 into my steps that I move forward to provide for my family. And even though sometimes times have been hard, and I might see a disconnect notice, I think about where I was versus where I want to go. And it's like something always opened up for me to be able to channel through it and get through it and to do things. So I started making sure at the end of the day, if a 9 to 5 can't help you provide for your family, there's always those side jobs, always those small opportunities that will help you move forward. And I always ask God to please put certain things in my path to where I will not be able to lead back to my past. And so far, that has been working. So I just decided to do a whole 360 and move away from a lot of things that was in my way.
Let me ask you about, you have a principal broker
Yes, ma'am.
named Jason Reed at Century 21, and he wrote a letter for you. That's your first letter in your packet.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
how did you meet Mr. Reed?
Well, I don't want to sound cliche, but I was actually in my room praying, and they say you're supposed to speak everything into existence. So I was praying, and I was like, thank you, God, for letting me be a realtor, and thank you, God, for letting me be a realtor. And Century 21 just popped out my mouth. And I was like, oh, that's odd. So I get online, and I'm looking for Century 21 house, and I didn't find it. So I go to their main website, and it says, like, if you want to apply for jobs or look into their business, so I do. And this lady, Miss Jordan, called me. And it took her a few days, and I was like getting discouraged. I'm like, so she called me while I was working at Panera. We're not supposed to have our phones out, but I seen this number. I'm like, what is this number? I gotta answer this number. So I met with Miss Jordan, and she's the executive broker in Little Rock. And I met with her, and I talked to her, and I'm just honest about everything and what happened. And so then I wanted to introduce myself to the main worker, which is Jason, and I met with him, and I let him know, like, hey, I'm gonna need this letter, I got a hearing that's going on, and me and him talked over the phone, and I met a person, Ms. Johnner, and after him speaking with me, it was like, hey, I serve a God, they give second chances, so who am I not to believe you? And you sound like you're ready for this, and you sound like you turned your life around, so I wouldn't mind you working with me. So that was like the weight lifted off my shoulder, because he decided to give me a chance to do this opportunity that I really want to do. So that's how I met with Jason.
And so you told both Ms. Joyner and Mr. Reed everything they needed to know about your background.
Everything.
Okay. And they were still willing to write this letter for you and have you go work for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you a question. If today you were granted a waiver and the commissioner said that if you ever leave Century 21 and you have a new principal broker and you have to tell them your story all over again, would you be willing to do that?
I believe I would, just because in certain situations, when you come to a certain step in your life, if it wasn't meant to be, those steps would never happen. So I believe the fact that he gave me a chance and is willing to give me another chance, that whatever step that I take and whatever broker that I meet will be in alignment with this broker. So I would not have no problem with telling him or her.
Right, good. And you don't have any other outstanding court fees?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am.
I think that's all the questions I have at this time.
Do any of the commissioners have a question at this time? Any questions?
Just have a question for clarification. There was, explanation that you submitted to the commission about the past. There was also a reference to something involving a dog that is coming out unsettled yet.
It's settled. What happened was my landlord was working on my house, a door, putting a new door in. He wasn't aware that my dog snuck out the house. So my dog was outside and he was sitting in front of my door, but since he wasn't chained up or anything like that, they took him to the pound, and then I had to go to court and pay a fine of him being out. But that's taken care of, you know.
Well, I just wasn't clear when I read it.
Yes, because at the time before, I think Ms. Bill Ward is my third representative I've had to speak with. The previous ones at the time that were asking me to give them certain things. So some of this stuff was written before I met Mr. Udell, and that was what was going on at that present moment. But it's already taken care of.
Yes, thank you.
This time?
Just a couple things for clarification.
Yes,
In the testimony, in the residential burglary charge, you said your boyfriend had picked you up and worked for you all in Conway with Charlie.
When the dates of the charges that happened, I submitted documentation that I was at work. The day that we got pulled over by police, I was off work and we was just going to the stores. I had no mind until after the police station that they had seen my car in their area weeks before, and someone recognized my car and called the police, and that's when they stopped us. I never was with them when he committed any of those crimes or ever went inside any house that I was not welcome in.
The only reason I'm asking is, that's what your testimony was, that y'all were going to shop. Testimony, you said y'all were going to Conway to pick up a friend, to see a friend.
Yes, we were shopping in that area. So we had already went and picked up his friend, but my thing was we were supposed to go shopping. He wanted to pick up his friend while his friend was already out there. So we went shopping to certain stores. But when we was leaving Conway, from what I was told, I still don't know the whole story because I didn't find everything out until I got arrested. So from what I was told, when they pulled us over by police, the reason why police got behind us is because one of the houses that he's supposed to have was coming out. That person seen my car back in Conway. So they called the police saying, hey, I think this is the person that was at my house. Sure, he showed his guilty side when he did pull over from the police and kept driving. I stayed in the car when he decided to stop and run out because at this time I don't know what is going on. I'm just like, why did they pull over? What's going on? When I got to jail, that's when they told me, hey, these crimes was committed in your car, this, that, and the third. I had evidence. Because Conway was not the only place. He went like Brian or something. I had to submit documents that I was in work during certain times in order not to be in trouble with certain other places as well. Conway, he was the toughest one. He was like, and that's your boyfriend. So I got some of the charges due to the fact that he used my car.
So the friend also jumped out the way, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was
the friend was apprehended as well because that was the friend that he was doing stuff with.
And evidently this wasn't the first time that they had verbalized it.
Can you repeat that again?
Evidently the one where the owner saw the car and reported it was not the first time they verbalized the home.
I'm assuming it wasn't because the charges that they had given us. All I know is that the man seen this car that looked like the car that he caught leaving his house, which was my car. They didn't know exactly if it was until they submitted his fingerprints and stuff from the house. Clear from everything because I wasn't with him. I was just with him at the time that the police decided to try to pull him over and he didn't stop. I stayed in the vehicle the whole time, not knowing what was going on. I was in complete shock.
So did anything ever show up in your home that you weren't aware of?
No, sir. Nothing ever showed up in my home that I wasn't aware when I got there. However, I had a storage room that I was using, and I gave police access to anything that they needed. And for like a whole month, I could not find my storage key. I even went to the storage facility, and I want to say it was one floor. I don't exactly remember the name of it. This was some years ago. And they told me I had to provide X amount of money to get another key. When I told the police officer that, hey, I was trying to give them whatever I need to give them, I can't find my storage key. There's like, if you could think of anything, that gave them permission to go into my storage room. I had like a computer or something else. It was certain things that I wasn't aware was in there. And certain things that they seen on the camera that she was not in a car, you know, when this stuff came up. So in my house, in my knowledge, well, there was nothing in my house that did not belong to me at all. Because I might have been young when I had my kids, but my kids' safety was always my best interest. I never wanted to have anything around it like that, be called to a place to where I could move my kids or anything like that. So there was nothing in my house that was not supposed to be in my house.
You understand our charge here is, and everything.
Yes, sir.
And I understand about the shoes. That one was recent enough. The other charges, and I heard you understand that, was a while back. This one was 5 years ago, still. You know, getting a real estate license, you're going to be given access pretty much to every home you want.
Yes, sir.
And that is a serious responsibility for anybody.
Yes, sir.
And we take that very strongly. And we want to make sure that whoever has access, we feel comfortable with it. Now, correct me, because my assumptions sometimes are correct.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that y'all will start off in this business on a part-time basis and keep a job.
Yes, sir. Mr. Walker, yes, sir. I will start off as part-time and still keep my job. If I could just go back just a second and just kind of tell you, I understand what your position is, and I understand that your position protects everything. But I promise you, I will not be sitting here wasting your time. I will not be sitting here going to school, putting all the time and effort in, if I had any mind in trying to play around. This is very serious to me. I really want to prove to my children that I have something to offer them and to leave them. My oldest son that wants to do real estate as well. And my vision is to try to get in a situation to where I can leave him or provide something for our own little small firm or something. I never would sit right here in front of you guys and take this time to ask for this if I was not serious or if I had any intentions to do anything about. I was in a dark spot mentally, depressed, everything, and it took me a long time to pick myself up. And when I'm up, I never want to go back or do those things ever again in my life. I just want to move forward, and I want to be given that chance and prove to everyone that you're not making a mistake, that I made a mistake. I just want to move forward. Like, I'm so serious about this. I just explain it to her. I just want to be given a chance to show it in my actions. I will not be sitting right here asking you, or everyone else to give me a chance if I had any intention of doing anything faster.
I was asking about whether you were going to do this on a part-time basis to start with. One of the most critical things in getting into business is training. Have you talked to anybody at Century 21 about training, especially with you having a full-time job?
Yes, sir. I talked to Ms. Jordan. She has been willing to help me with any situation. Me and her are the executive broker. We've already spoke about certain trainings and certain areas where she's going to be showing me hands-on. One of the reasons also I have my business, my side business, my healthcare, my boutique. Those are all based on my time. So I have been constantly saving my money and doing things to where I can branch off and do this part-time, but I'm going to be full-time to where I have the money from my businesses and stuff that I've been saving to where I will be okay and real soon branch away from Panera. I'm aware this is a commission-based job, but I've already been looking at the training and then speaking to people. I completed my class in January 2019. So in the midst of me doing that and trying to get in front of you guys. I have been training, I have been studying, I have been working with people that are militaries, and I have been just trying to get myself prepared as much as possible. So when I do get my license, it will not be like a long-winded time for me to catch on and do what I need to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have a couple of questions, just so that I have a grasp on the timeline. The day that you and your boyfriend, in your narrative that's behind tab 1, it's 1-5. You say, I just ended up with him after you picked me up from work. Now, I believe that your testimony here today was that you weren't at work that day.
I wasn't at work that day, no, sir.
Which contradicts what you've written here. But let me ask you this question. Where were you living in?
I was looking at Jacksonville.
In Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
And the burglary that he committed that day?
No, sir. I still don't have all the information. To this day, the burglaries that he committed was not that day. There was nothing foul play when I was in the car with him.
Where was
the burglary? Some it was Conway, because that's where they gave me my charge at. It was in Conway. I don't know the address, the location, nothing. All I know was when I told them that I had jobs, I had to submit them my clock in and clock out sheet.
Let me ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
One is the statement that the property owner caught him, correct? So what day was that?
The property owner caught him. I don't know what day that was, sir. All I know is the property owner seen a vehicle to the image of what he seen leaving his house.
Right.
And he seen a black male driving a car and called the police. And that's when they got behind us. I don't know the day of that. I have not even seen the person that happened to. I don't know nothing of that day at all.
But it was in Conway. The burglary was in Conway.
Yes, sir, that's what my charges came from.
And you were spotted in Conway.
I was spotted in Conway. We was leaving Conway.
The property owner recognized the car.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But the two of you were not living in Conway at the time.
No, sir, I was not living in Conway at the time.
Your testimony is that, well, here was that he picked you up from work. You're saying that you didn't pick you up from work, but that you traveled from Jacksonville to Conway to shop.
Yes, sir, we were in the process of going to meet up and get one of his friends. So my thing was, why don't we just shop while we're already out there? No, sir. He would pick me up in my statement. I don't know, maybe I was writing just fooling. He would pick me up from work and he will use my car. So yes, sir, that's what I was trying to say, but I don't know if I worded it wrong or not, but he will use my car and pick me up from work. You're welcome.
Any further questions?
Not at this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rose, is your opportunity to go ahead and call the witnesses at this time?
Yes, I'd like to call Brian Rose at this time.
If you'll come up to the front. There's a switch on the microphone. Would you state your name, please?
Brian Rose.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes. Ms. Rhodes, would you like to go ahead and start questioning?
Yes, Brian Rose, I want you to kind of just explain to them how you know me. Your story of what's going on and just speak from heart.
I know Miss Erica Rose because that's my mother. Growing up, my mom made sure we had everything we wanted and need, and she's a very hardworking woman. When I see her, I see happiness and joy. That's my pride and joy, and to see her get an opportunity to fulfill her dreams of what she wanted to do it made me very happy. And
Brian, could you tell them your honest opinion of how you felt about my mistakes?
my honest opinion about your mistakes, I just feel like we all young at one point. I'm still young, and we all make a lot of mistakes. And as long as you know there was mistakes and you grow from the mistakes, I feel like you should not be held against your mistakes. So I don't feel no type of way. I just feel like you were young, you made mistakes, and I didn't even know half of the mistakes because you made sure we were still focusing on what we needed to be doing and to be happy.
Could you kind of give them a little bit of how your lifestyle is now, how I'm raising you, how you're doing, how to make sure you do with school, and just explain to them a little bit about what's going on right now in our household.
Well, in school, that's one thing my mom do not play about. She'll make me cut up all my activities if my grades is not up to par. I do have 2 jobs. One is at Kroger's and one is at a carnival. And she told me if any of my grades drop, I would put one of them if they keep dropping, and I would go to no jobs. I do say my mom has sacrificed a lot for me to fulfill my dream in acting. I do have an online acting class, and before then, she did send me to an acting camp in Texas with an actor named Adrian, and she makes sure everybody in the household is okay before she's okay. So she makes a lot of sacrifice for our happiness.
Is there anything else that you'd like them to know that you want to tell them without me directing you to tell them?
Just know that my mom is motivated, she's determined, she's outgoing, she's caring, and we got this. It would not be regretted. She got this.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Ms. Davis, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Are you the 18-year-old?
Can you do
Are you the 18-year-old son?
that? No, I'm saying.
Okay. You said your 18-year-old wanted to get in.
You may be excused. If you'll just stick around in case there's some kind of other questions that somebody else might ask. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rose, do you have another witness that you'd like?
I'm going to ask that our team Rhodes come, please.
Yeah, hold on, this is it.
We've got to wipe the table off. Okay, you may be seated up here. Is there a button on over there, the red button, push down? Would you state your name, please?
Hello, I'm Albert T. Rhodes, Girl Rhodes mother.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rose, you may question your vote.
Ms. Rose, if you could just give them a brief narrative of what you feel like I can bring to within me getting my license, and then kind of explain to them like the good and the bad that went with everything that was going on.
Well, the good and the bad, Erica
has always been a very hard worker and a very determined worker. And I believe that with the bad, she has learned her lesson. And I'm proud to see that she has turned around. She'll come to me with ideas on how to turn her life around. And she's always coming to me with ideas, Mom, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And I'm proud of her. And she's always wanted to make a way of how to make things better with her household and how to be a good example with her children. And no matter what, you know, she always has worked very hard. She's come home with swollen ankles, swollen feet. And I've tried to make her at least stop one of those jobs because she works so hard, but she keeps going. And no matter what, nothing can stop her. And I believe that no matter what the mistakes that people make in life, that she deserves a second chance. Everyone does. But I know we're not here to talk about everyone. We're here to talk about Erica. And I believe that with her change, that she will make Little Rock. She will make a difference here in Little Rock if she was given a chance. And I'm just hoping and praying that she is given a chance to do this.
Okay, is there anything that you would like to tell them on your own without me asking you? Is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement that was just given?
I just want to say that I have watched her do different things in life as far as being in plays and modeling locally. Anything to turn her life around, Erica does it. I just want to say that she is not going to let the real estate agency down. She will not. And I feel it in my guts and in my heart that she will make this state proud if given a chance. She has already proven to me to be a hard worker, and she will prove to the state as well if given a chance. If you guys can just look deep in your heart and just give her a chance, you will see what I see. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, are you questioning your brother?
Yes, I'm through questioning my mother.
Ms. Evans?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? You may be excused, but right now, you're just hang around just in case they have any further questions of you. Thank you.
I just call my last witness. I guess after sanitize.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Tashawn White, please.
Mr. Wright, would you state your name again, please?
My name is Tashawn White.
And, is there a relationship, like, you're not a son or? Just, okay, thank you.
Tashawn, could you please, I'm sorry, Mr. White, could you please, state how you know me and what you've seen that, are the witness around me, and just kind of pretty much just give a little small narrative to everyone in here about how you feel about me and what you witnessed around me.
Okay. Y'all know my name, Tashawn White. My relationship to Erica is I'm her man, a real good friend. And I think I've been knowing Erica for about 2 years now. And she, excuse me, I got a little nervous. In her past, she had made some mistakes, but with me being around her for 2 years that I've been around, it's like you wouldn't even think about the thing. Like, she's amazing. She got the fire burning on the inside of real estate. She a night, she a morning, she a daytime, real estate this, real estate that. I mean, I honestly feel that she deserves this opportunity. For the simple fact that we all bump our head in the past sometime, but it's about how you gonna end it out. It's about how you gonna make the good outweigh the bad. And I'm thinking that's the point she's coming to in her life, that she want good and she want better, and she's not gonna stop till she get it. And Erica, just keep going, because it started from people telling her that she wanted to be able to do it, so we here now. So I know they say something nice to ask you all y'all heart to forgive her for the past. We all make mistakes, and I think she's ready. I think she's ready.
All right. Thank you for everything. Is there anything else before you are dismissed that you would like else to know? Anything else besides me coaching you to say or anything? Just is there anything that you want to say on your own?
On my own, I do want to say one thing about Erica, she has very, very good customer satisfaction. She want to always make sure the people that's dealing with her, or she helping them get something, or helping them move into something, or do something better, they always satisfied with how she do it and how she packages it up and satisfied. I do honestly believe this perfection is excellent for her. That's all I have to say.
Very good question, man. Ms. Rhodes?
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Michelle?
Is she honest?
She's very honest. She's very honest.
Have you ever, in the time that you've known Ms. Rhodes, have you ever seen her do anything illegal or dishonest?
No, ma'am.
Deceptive?
No, ma'am.
Anything that made you think that you couldn't continue your friendship with her because it was against your morals or your values?
No,
And how did you meet her?
I met Erica through another close friend that was close friends with one of her best friends.
Okay.
She's very honest. Like I said before, if the paper wasn't involved, you wouldn't even think of that paper, because of her personality. It's excellent. You wouldn't think about residential burglary. You wouldn't think about a parachute, because it doesn't she don't present none of that.
Did you learn anything here today about Erica that surprised you?
No. I know. I pay very close attention. I know a lot about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions? You may be excused at this time. At this time, we're gonna go ahead and allow closing arguments. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's a brief summary of Richie. That you go in and you want to make sure that you say before the commission that you presented here today, and what you would like for the outcome to be. So if you'd like to do one, you're welcome to. I know Ms. Shavis has said that she's going to do one. So it's your opportunity to kind of wrap up everything with a nice big presentation for the commission.
Okay, after hearing my witnesses, after speaking with me, I just really hope you guys grant this to me. Like I said, I would never waste you guys' time. And this right here is bigger than me, it's bigger than you guys. I would never bring my son into something like this if I had any intentions on any ill will. I just want to have a chance to have a stability for my family before I leave this earth. I'm 36 years old. I don't know when my time will be. And I want them to at least be like, she did it, she tried, she left us with something. She's going to, mama told us that she was gonna do this and she did. They don't have a male figure in their life. So I'm always trying to tell them never give up on any type of dream that you have, no matter how hard it is. And I'm always letting them know I made enough bad choices for us. So I don't need you guys to do anything wrong. And I just want to be given this opportunity to be proven to my family and myself that you're not nothing bad that's on a piece of paper. You're not nothing bad or whatever everybody tried to say you was. And even though you did have 3 kids on your own at a young age, look where you're at now. I just want to be given a chance to prove that I'm very serious about turning my life around and that I'm just very serious about helping people just in general. And this is just one of the opportunities in life that I really, really want. I really just want to do this. I want to sell houses, I want to flip houses, I want to own townhomes. I just want to just be given an opportunity to make everything complete. And this is one of my starts, because after this, I want to be an author and I just want to do so many good things. And I just want to start with real estate. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shavis.
Thank you. Commissioners, as I always do at the conclusion of any hearing, I respectfully request that you look at Exhibit A, which is the order notice of hearing from today. If you would please find that the issues of fact are true, that the issue of law has been proven, and based upon the testimony and the exhibits you've seen today, of course, I leave, space your decision on everything that you've heard and seen today. Thank you.
At this time, I declare the record closed and complete, except for the commissioners recess for deliberations. And that's what we will do at this time. You're welcome to stay. The commission will come back after the deliberation and announce its decision. Thank you.
I was thinking about this. You got
Have to do this just a smidge bit different, so bear with us. Oh, Blake, do you have
mine is off it.
Okay, if you could make sure your microphones, okay, no, you should have it off, because we'll have, I don't know why we're still getting feedback.
Linda?
Yes,
There she is. Can you hear us?
I can.
Hey. You sound like you're well.
Tony misses you.
Yeah, I miss him too. Look at my face. I miss him too.
Yeah. That's why you stayed in Jonesboro, right?
I'm gonna start the video from here.
Were you able to hear most of that testimony?
I could.
Okay, good. Okay. Thoughts around the group?
There's some gaps, as you, the gaps you noted, the gaps Bob picked up, real gaps. At the end of the day, I still think she's
I do too.
fine.
I would have liked to seen the other, would have liked to have seen Julie or Heather, the date of that burglary versus the date of that arrest. But we don't have that, and so we go by what we got.
I might be able to find that.
Well,
I don't know that it'll make much difference.
I don't think it'll change my mind.
It does not change my mind, but it makes a difference to me in not being forthcoming.
There were some inconsistencies. There's no doubt.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Storage building in your name and stuff found there, that sort of thing. Anyway, the default language for granting a waiver, do you have? Do what?
Do the probation.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, yeah, but I just want to make sure that hearing officer has it and can we make it simpler for her.
Linda, are you good with it?
Determine the grant.
Yeah.
Issued decision based on condition the applicant for a period of 2 years of active licensure. The applicant will be notified, probation director made aware of the actions. Have I correctly stated that? That's it. So 2 years is our sort of standard term. You're in agreement with that, Linda?
I am.
In the above part, before you get to that, A1 through A4 are proven. And the charge is proven.
Anything further?
I don't think so. I do know her broker, Jason Reed. I've known him for years. He's a good guy. And if he felt that he had any problem with that or not, in notifying the commission. So we know we've got someone we can rely on that end. And sometimes that's not the case.
Well, he's not going to be a broker. He's not going to be a broker.
Yeah, he's a principal. He just won't be. Yeah.
You know the DB?
I know the kind of ship. I know the kind of ship you run.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have a doubt about that.
Okay.
Who's gonna be here? You want me to read it? No.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
we'll come back on record. It ain't your first rodeo, but it's the first one here.
It is, it's kind of, still in my blank here. I'll just be patient with me.
Oh, absolutely, you did.
Thank you.
Well, that's an excellent choice of tire today.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate it. Likewise.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
We'll say it was better than that for you.
And I'll start my learning. Miss Heather, do I need to unmute my now or good? Or just keep it?
You need to keep it muted.
Okay, love it.
You can have your sound on, but not your mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I was in a race.
You're fine. You are fine.
Okay, we're ready to go back on record.
We are back on the record in the matter of African Miss Rose. At this time, I'll turn it back over to the commission.
Yes, we do have a motion. Vice Chair Moore.
Yes, do you mind reading my motion, please?
I will, thank you. Commissioner Moore's motion with regard to issues of fact involved is as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs A1 through A4. The commission also finds as proven the issues of law set out in paragraphs C1 through C4. Furthermore, based upon those finding conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined to grant the waiver request under the provisions of Arkansas Code Section 1442, 315, small g, and allow a license to be issued to the applicant. This decision is based on the condition that Ms. Rose will be on probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure, and the applicant's broker will be notified of the probationary period and for reasons thereof, who shall notify the executive director that he or she has been made aware of the actions that are subject of this hearing. Have I correctly stated your motion, Mr.
Yes,
Moore? Is that the vote of all commissions? Is this a?
and that's what I'll do. Having heard the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign?
Thank you.
Ms. Rose, if I may, we wish you nothing but good luck. Please understand, I know this is not pleasant to have your past sort of laid out for everyone to question. I dare say anyone in this room probably wouldn't want to do that either themselves. But understand that it is necessary on our part. If we took the position that everyone that comes before us is telling us the truth, there'd be no reason for it. So we have to go through this. We have to ask the question to get to the facts. And so we did. I don't believe you disagree with our decision. Right? So you're with a great broker. I know Jason Reed. I've known him for years. He's a good guy, and you can learn a lot there.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Rose, this decision will be used to write and served by mail.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
This hearing is concluded and the record is closed. an opening statement?
I'll leave an opening statement.
Mr. Brown, would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can proceed.
I'd just like to thank all of you today for allowing me to be here. Your voice, I'm sorry. I live in Bella Vista, and I have 3 children, 13, 9, and I've been a stay-at-home mom to them for almost the past 13 years. And I would really like to take this time to do something different and go out and work. And I really think that this career field as a real estate agent is just what calls to me. I think I could really good at it. I know that I have made a lot of mistakes. Past, but I would not let any of them go to waste, and I have learned. I have learned from them. And this last one in particular, in Branson, it made me do a complete 180 with my life, and now my full attention is on my children. And at the end of the day, I just want to know that I was a good mom that day, and I want to show my children that you can learn from your mistakes, and you can come out, you can make something of yourself, and that's what I want to do. That's a bright future, and myself a bright future. Thank you.
Okay, you as an applicant are carry the burden of proof for this instance, so you'll go first. You'll go ahead and obviously you're going to testify a little bit more. And then the Attorney General's office, attorney will ask you some questions. And then the commissioners will ask you some questions. Okay. Go ahead and tell us a little bit, something about your situation. Ms. Chavez, did you want to go ahead and
If it would make it easier for you, I can just ask you questions and lead you through the documents that you provided?
Sure.
Okay. If I leave anything out, when I'm finished asking you questions, you can present more information to the commissioners. They'll be asking you as well. Okay. Back on September 3rd, 2014, you pled guilty in the Circuit Court of Branson, Missouri, to charges of assault on an enforcement officer, resisting arrest, and assault. Is that correct? Okay. Would you please, and then your sentence was 2 years of probation. You had a 10-day suspended jail sentence, and you were ordered to pay $679.50 in fines and costs. So let's work from the back and go back to the beginning. I understand from the exhibit that you provided on page 2-4 that there's a zero balance, so you paid your costs and fees. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you successfully complete your 2 years of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what all that entailed? Were you required to actually go to Branson? Were you able to do phone visits? How often were you in contact with your probation officer?
It wasn't like that. I just had to remain out of trouble.
Okay.
I did not have to appear in Branson. I didn't have to make phone calls, or it was just that I didn't get into trouble.
And is it your understanding that probation would have been revoked and you would have been sentenced to the 10 days in jail if you did have any infraction?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the events that led up to those charges. I believe in your statement you said that you'd gone on a trip with your mother and your sister, and then you drank until you blacked out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if you blacked out, I'm guessing that anything you have to say about that event is what people told you happened. Okay. What were you told happened?
I was told that everyone was drinking, and I was drinking as well, and I drank too much, and that I began blurting out my feelings. Sure. Responsibly. I still had a lot of anger and resentment towards my mom for leaving the way she did when I was younger. And apparently that had come out when I drank. And so I was upset and to the point where I guess uncontrollable to where it'd be best if the police were called. Police came, and with me not wanting to be arrested, I was kind of flailing and kicked an officer. That's what I was told.
Okay, now, were you just given a ticket, a citation, or were you actually taken to jail?
I was taken to jail.
Okay, and did you spend the night in jail, or did your family come in and bail you out, or what happened? Do you recall?
Yes, I do recall. They did not bail me out. I was let out the following morning, and I had a friend come and pick me up in Branson.
Okay. And then you had a court date at some later time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you employed right now? Okay, you're a stay-at-home mom, you said? Okay, so you do work. I believe behind tab number 4 in the notebook, that's where you have your references, and you also have 2 letters. You have one from Pat Harris and one from Michael Warner with Coco Banker. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the letter from Pat Harris to Mr. Udell Ward, who was working with you on your application here, states that Mike Warner has spoken to me concerning an incident in Ashley Grass Pass. I agree with Mike's decision to bring Ashley into our Bentonville office. Is it your understanding that Mr. Harris has agreed to be your principal broker?
Yes.
And you disclosed your, this criminal incident, you disclosed it to Mr. Warner, is that correct?
Correct.
And he told Mr. Harris about it, or have you also spoken to Mr. Harris?
I have not spoken to Mr. Harris, so I'm not exactly sure what they conferred about.
Okay, but you did make full disclosure to Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to be granted a waiver to be licensed today that had certain conditions attached to it, such as if you left Coldwell Banker and went to work for another real estate establishment, and you had to basically disclose everything to a new principal broker, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And so you would have no problem explaining what happened and how you had to get a waiver to be licensed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Do any of the commissioners have a question?
Just a comment, what Ms. Kennedy just shared with you about disclosing to any subsequent broker. If we were to grant a license today, that requirement always stays in place.
Okay.
So it's not never ending for the rest of your career. Just clarification.
Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, what happened? I'll say anything further.
I'm sorry.
Do I say anything further as far as your testimony?
I think we have a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Mr. Brad, what is your sober date?
My sober date, I don't exactly have one. I didn't really look at it like that, to be honest with you. I recognized after that day that drinking just does not it just doesn't do well with me. And having 2 alcoholics in my family, I just was no longer interested in it. I did several years later have occasional glass of wine, say at Thanksgiving or something, and that is why I don't have an actual sober date. But it is a rare occasion that I would have done that, but I do completely abstain now. And I don't do it. Like I said, it would have just been a glass of wine at a family dinner occasion, but nothing like what happened in Branson, because that was for a lot of hard alcohol. But I just agree that it just doesn't do well in my system, and I do stay away.
Where would you say your last drink was?
I'm sorry?
When would you say your last drink was?
It was probably last year at Thanksgiving.
Okay. Did you ever attend any Al-Anon meetings or anything like that?
I have, yes, many.
Do you still?
I don't currently.
Right. And your husband, is he supportive in what you're looking at doing?
Yes, very.
He is still drinking, correct?
He does.
Thank you.
Did I see in your testimony, in your written testimony, that he doesn't attend AA or any similar? Doesn't have anything to do with you. Question that I had, thought I read in here that you have worked as a respiratory therapist.
No, I went to Northwest Arkansas Community College to pursue respiratory therapy. And then I had this idea, and so kind of diverted into this.
Anyone else?
Did you redirect?
No redirect, just at the appropriate time.
Do you have any other information you would like to say at this time before we're not closing comments? Would you like to do a closing argument? That's basically where you're summarizing your case. And can tell the commission what you would like to do to, well,
Okay.
you don't have to do what you like to do.
I mean, basically, we'll just reiterate what I said in the beginning of time. I really wish that I could take some of the mistakes I made back. With my husband being an alcoholic, that does not affect my decision. If anything, it puts me more in the other direction, because I see what I don't want. And I really am just looking forward to my future, and I don't want my past mistakes to determine my future. And I really just want to do good and to put my past in the past, never have it surface again, and just continue to be a good role model for my kids and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you would respectfully, I would request that you look at the order notice of hearing behind tab A. And as you deliberate, if you would please find issues of fact 1, 2, and 3 are true, that the issue of law has been proven, and please take into consideration the testimony and exhibits that you've seen today and make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I declare the record closed and complete, except for the commissioners, for deliberation. And at this time, we're going to go into recess. The commissioners and I will assume time to deliberate. and they will decide. And the deliberation is open to the public and the public can listen, so you can remain with Mr. Bradley if you'd like to. We will convene when a decision is made. We're going into recess. Thank you.
Make sure you write your opportunity. I see the top of your head. There you are. Linda, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You heard the testimony, correct?
I did.
Okay. I think this one's pretty straightforward.
I still have some concerns.
What?
I still have some concerns, but we haven't stopped the process.
Okay. So, comfortable making a motion?
Yes, I'm.
Okay.
You want me to hand this to you?
Linda, your thoughts?
I'm in agreement.
You would be. When are you going to be back here with us?
When the virus is gone.
So you're not coming back, huh?
Yes. So Commissioner Walker will make the motion. Issues of fact 1 through 3 are proven. Issues of law is proven. And so a period of 2 years. That's it. You in agreement with that, Linda?
I am.
Okay. Hey.
Hey.
We haven't had anyone make a motion on Zoom.
Go ahead.
You want to do that?
Sure I can. Say it again. Do I want to make a motion? I can.
Yeah. All right. We'll do that.
It's all good.
We're back on the record. Ask for another motions from the chair.
Yes. We have a motion, Commissioner Prunty. It's Commissioner Prunty's motion. Can you hear us?
I can. With the hearing officer read my motion, please.
I will. Thank you. Commissioner Prunty's motion with regard to the issues of fact and law is as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs A1, A2, and A3. The commission finds as proven the issues of law set out in paragraph 1. Furthermore, based upon those findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate has determined that a waiver, Arkansas Code Annotated 1742, 315G is granted.
Commissioners haven't heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And for the record, can I also mention that I have accurately, correctly stated the motion for the vote?
Did she accurately state your motion?
She did.
Thank you. You can let the record show that there was a majority rule that was waiver was granted. Thank you so much for the vote. And if you have any questions, you can always seek out the executive director for the real estate division, Ms. Alford. Thank you so much, and good luck to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I know this hasn't been comfortable, but you do it now. And we're in it. So, and by the way, you do it this time. Right? Okay.
I wanna-
Good luck. Have a safe trip. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the electronics. No, have a safe trip.
Ashley, good luck there. Nice to be back.
Are you going back?
Right there.
I was just there. Just.
Since you got yours right up, you get it. Yeah, let's go back on the record. Okay. I don't know that we're necessarily on the record, but we will reconvene that. So any other business to come before the commission today?
No, sir.
Let me mention a couple things that we don't need to deliberate about today, but we can think about. One is that I ran across a situation where, in fact, I reached out to you about getting this license transfer, only to have this agent within 3 days go back to the company that they left. I've never had that happen in my life. But anyway, long story short, it brought an issue to the forefront for me, and that being that on past convictions, when they come before the commission, there is the option to do consent order rather than a hearing, rather than bring it to a hearing. But what concerned me in that was that in a consent order, there is not the requirement to report to your broker about what your past conviction was, or to go forward for a period of 2 years reporting that. Unlike when they come before us in a hearing, that's typically what we do. And so I ended up in a situation with an agent that had I not gone to Forewarn and look them up, because I always do that, when I bring someone on board, I would have known about past conviction for that. That was only 3 years old. And so I guess we need to, for my benefit anyway, need to discuss that. Are we sort of letting things slip through the crack here when a consent order is given for a licensee, that they go to work for a broker, and then the broker doesn't know anything about it?
So would this have been for a current licensee? Okay.
Well, they were new licensed 3 years ago. When they applied for a license, they reported, yes, I have a conviction on my past. And that was investigated, and a consent order was issued, and they were able to get the license. They never, I was on the commission in 2017, I never saw this person.
We were not doing consent orders for applicant waivers until this year. So
Her statement to me was I had to round up all my stuff and give it to the commission.
She may have been cleared on investigation at which point that, you know, the executive director would have, yes.
And I thought when we did those consent agreements, we took the 2 year.
We did.
Because we did, yeah, we just did everything the way y'all.
I just assumed hers was a consent order, whereas it was serious enough when I looked it up, that you're saying that, it was probably disappeared through investigation.
If it didn't come to a waiver hearing, then yes, but I can look into that and let you know.
Well, I feel much better knowing that you don't even consent for, broker still is notified.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
I had another one too, that we had about a year ago, that, there was issues in the past that we knew nothing about. Serious enough that we would want to know about. The other thing I listed with you, Andrea, about temporary brokers. I didn't know there was such an avenue, and that they are granted when someone has not yet completed all of the requirements for a broker. Correct?
Most often they are granted when an individual has completed everything except for post-license education, and if they can show proof of registration in an upcoming post-license course, then we will grant them the temporary broker license contingent upon their successful completion of that course. And when we do that, we copy the school and we notify the school that if that licensee alters their registration, cancels their registration, the school has to notify us because we can rescind the temporary authorization at that point.
But it could be more than a 30-day period.
Yes.
It's whenever they can get into a school for the 30-hour post.
Essentially, yes, but at the same time, we're not gonna let it go for an unreasonable length of time.
And I guess the reason I wanted to at least bring it up is that we have been so hardline, for lack of a better term, about granting waivers for broker license. And yet we could have someone, and to me anyway, the 30-hour post for a broker license is what we deem is necessary information, education that person needs to be able to function as a broker. And yet we're going to give them a broker license, and it could be weeks or months before they actually complete that course. And in that period of time, they are operating as a broker. So I wasn't aware of it. I don't know if everyone else was aware of it. I don't do that of three. And
It's
so,
pretty rare though, I mean, as far as I know, it's a circumstantial.
Right, and the logic, the reasoning behind it is there are, those courses are offered on a limited basis.
Yeah.
And when we've got someone who has met the experience requirement, they've taken the pre-license, they've taken the exam, they've satisfied the background check, they've satisfied the firm name approval, trust account, signage, everything. They're ready to go into business. If we make them wait 2 or 3 months to open their business because we don't have an educator that's offering the course until then that's, we are, at that point, we're restricting their ability to practice their chosen profession. And so it's in the rules so that we have that ability to offer it. And it is used on a case-by-case basis. It's not, I mean, it's certainly not anything that we just hand out voluntarily. And we have a very solid system for tracking it and, you know.
I guess for me, I would like to see it only be utilized if there's urgency. That it's just simply, I want to open today, I don't want to wait 30 days or 60 days. That's one thing. If I'm in a situation where I have urgency, there is something out of my control that I need to be open by the state or need to be functioning as a broker by the state. Right? It's not always that it's a trust account or, I mean, what if I just want a broker's license
It would be, but of course, as an executive broker, you'd be under the supervision of a principal broker. And that can serve several purposes. It could be a firm where the principal broker is getting ready to, somehow be unavailable and is trying to make sure that they have an EB in place to supervise. So there are multiple situations where we apply it.
Okay, well, if the commission of the whole is comfortable with it, for me, it just doesn't seem to track the way that we are so hard line about a road waiver, and yet we would do this without urgency or hardship. I brought it up. So two of the three of us now are more.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I didn't realize it either.
Are there any 30-yard license courses being done virtually?
Mm-hmm. There are.
There are some being done, yes, by AMI.
Are there any that are online?
I am not sure. I'll have to check with Courtney on that. The effective date for those new rules was January 1, so we were just barely into the year before the pandemic hit. So I'm not sure with most of the providers switching course so early in the year to adopt for AMI. I'm not sure how much attention and development of those courses is going.
Well, and I guess that would be my thought too, that if places like Seton Shop or whatever have that 30-yard post available to just go sign up and take, then I think we ought to be even more strict about the way that we grant. Because that takes that piece of the equation. They're not waiting. They're not saying in Magnolia waiting for some course that they don't have to travel to. And I'm not putting this back on current staff, but my understanding in my conversation with you is that we've been doing this for how long?
Since before I came to the commission, it's in the rules. So.
And it's in the rules that we have the ability to, right? Not that we have to.
Right.
You're right.
Well, we put on the guy left, don't we?
Okay, any other thoughts, comments? All right. Our hearing is adjourned.
Thank you all.
We're done. Bye.
Yes, ma'am. We are done. That was pretty quick.